Hello everybody and welcome to Filbert Flies. This afternoon we are simulating JetBlue Flight 787 from New York JFK down to Princess Juliana on the beautiful island of St. Martin. It's a largely over water flight this, so there won't be a huge amount in the way of scenery, but I'm hopeful that the spectacular approach will make up for it. So it's about 1 degree here in New York at the moment, and where we're going it's 24 degrees. This is Celsius, of course. So yes, a nice contrast and a flight I'd like to be on in the real world. Yes, hello Cathal, nice to see you. Yes, Christmas intro, which will be with us for the rest of the month. And you'll notice the little Santa hat on my Filbert Flies avatar down in the bottom left as well. I've made a little bit of an effort. Not too much, but a little bit. So here we are. This is stand 17 at JFK's Terminal 5. I've made a little start on setting up as usual. So our ADDs are aligned, we're connected to external power, we've got all the lighting sorted out and that sort of thing. So we'll turn on the seatbelt sign seeing as we are fully fueled, and we'll turn on the no smoking sign. And then we'll make a start on setting up the MCDU. Luke West 777, thank you for the sub and welcome to the stream. So FMGC, init A page to start off with, and I've planned the route using SimBrief and imported it using the world map screen, so we're part of the way there already. We're going to be using a cost index of 20. We'll put in our flight number, which is JBU787. Interestingly, I originally...
Hi, the security and safety checks were all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Yes, you can start boarding.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead. Hello, Steve. Yes, it's glorious here in North London as well. Yeah, lovely weather. So this flight I originally advertised as JetBlue 788, and that is an error, but it's Flight Radar 24's error. They called it 788, and then I looked it up elsewhere and saw that was the return flight. So that's curious. Never come across that before. We're cruising at flight level 350 initially, but we'll probably climb up to flight level 370 once we've burnt off a little bit of fuel and are a bit lighter. That's what is planned. So we'll go over to the flight plan page. Now we don't have a SID or a star planned, so what we'll do next is listen to the ATIS and then get our clearance.
Kennedy International Information Tango 1251 Zulu, winds are 303 at 9 knots, visibility 10 miles, 4,500 few clouds, 6,000 few clouds, 5,000 few clouds.
Hello Dazza, nice to see you. Yes, very well, thank you. How are you?
-8.
So we can see PBR material. Yes, we can.
1024. Arriving and departing runway 31 right, 31 left.
So we're expecting a 31 left departure, and we'll just check what. Yeah, 1024. So this is live weather, and this is correct. The QNH is correct. She's talking about few clouds, which are in the METAR as well. Don't see any. Actually, there are some over there. I always like to have a little look at how accurate live weather is. The pressures seem to be spot on these days, whereas they never were in the past. Clouds a little bit more variable. Hello Samsonite. TNCM is your favourite airport. Good, I love it. I've never actually flown there. I spent so long doing reviews. I haven't actually flown to half the airports I've reviewed. Right, let's get our clearance, see how this goes. Kennedy delivery, JetBlue 787, ready to copy IFR clearance. And as usual, she's ignoring me. But we'll get there, we'll get there. JetBlue 787, ready to copy IFR clearance.
JetBlue 710,
Oh,
we don't have a flight plan on file for you.
Don't you? That's because I forgot to file it. Bear with me. I did. So we're using Pilot 2ATC as usual. I did actually do a couple of flights on VATSIM yesterday, and I forgot to file my flight plan on one of those as well. But fortunately, it's a lot less embarrassing when you're talking to a computer. Let's try again. JetBlue 787, ready to copy IFR clearance.
JetBlue 710 is cleared to Tango November Charlie Mike as filed. Expect departure runway 31 left. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Departure on 123.7 squawk 3524.
JetBlue 710 is cleared to Tango November Charlie Mike as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Departure on 123.7 squawk 3524.
Good, glad you're well. Glad you're well. There's a hello Samsonite. Should you switch from Explain 11 to MSFS 2020?
When ready for pushback, enjoy your morning.
I think you should. That's my personal opinion, yes. I think that Explain 11 has far better aircraft. You've got decent add-ons for it. You've got a broad range of scenery. But FS 2020 feels like you're flying in the real world in a way that no other sim ever has. And this A320 with the fly-by-wire mod is very good. It's not study level yet. It's not TOLIS level, or certainly not... what's the other one? What's the P3D one that I used to fly all the time? FS Labs. Yep, it's not up to that standard. But you can do some damn good flying in it, and I love this sim, I really do. For all its little quirks. Right, so we are just climbing straight out on runway heading to 4,000 feet. We're going to be taking off from runway 31 left, or that's what we're expecting. 31 left. And we're not having a SID. Alexander, good afternoon, or whatever time it is where you are. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. So what I'm going to do now, while we wait for all the boarding to be completed and that sort of thing, is just calculate our V-speeds, and I'm doing that on wabpro.cz. Very quick process, but quite boring, so I'm not going to show you. You can continue looking at the cockpit. So we're going to be doing a 1+F takeoff with packs on. The runway's dry. Takeoff weight is going to be 74134 kilograms, and we're going to be using 31 left full length. Calculate 142, 158, 159, and a flex temp of 49 degrees. Thank you, LA West. I got there in the end. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. Getting old, I guess. Because it's so cold, we'll get the APU started. How is it in the UK? I mean, I'm not going out. I'm self-isolating at the moment so that I can go and see my parents over Christmas. And yeah, the lockdown's tightened up in London. It's variable around the country. But, yeah. I just can't wait for the vaccine and for the beginning of the end of all this, to be honest. But we've got this fantasy world of Flight Simulator to keep us occupied, so that's something. You can hear the APU starting up. Now this is the version of the A320NX mod which has the new custom fly-by-wire, which is work in progress, but it makes the aircraft fly much better when you're flying by hand, and it's done away with the wing drop, the sudden roll on flare. So I highly recommend it. There are a few issues with it, but for my money this is the best version yet. Right, so I think we can start the before start checklist now.
Before start checklist.
Cockpit prep.
Crow Zero, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Completed.
Completed. Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Signs.
On and auto.
ADOs.
Nav.
Fuel quantity.
Set.
Takeoff data.
Set.
Baro ref.
1024 set.
1024 set.
So everyone's
Down
talking
to
to me in hectopascals rather than inches of mercury, and this is because I've forgotten to change some settings somewhere along the line. I don't know. I can do, yes, I can change the FS2 crew one quite easily. That's now done. So the before takeoff checklist is done down to the line. We just need to wait for the passengers to board, and then we can complete it and get going. Get ready to fly from Munich tomorrow. Oh, exciting, Rob. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. What else do we need to do? The APU is now online, so we'll switch the APU bleed on, get some heat going, disconnect or turn off the external power. And our scheduled departure time is 15:59 local. Oh, sorry, 15:59 Zulu, 10:59 local. So we've got about 9 minutes. And we should be done with all the pre-flight events fairly soon, I think.
Hi guys, here's the load sheet for you.
Thanks.
No problem, have a safe flight.
To be honest, Rob, after this flight, I'm probably not going to have a huge amount of time. I've got to cook, I've got some evening plans, but I'll try. If you send it over, I'll do my best to have a look at least to see if it's working.
Under the seats in front of you to provide more room for larger items in our overhead compartment. If you need assistance, contact the flight attendant. If you are unable to accommodate any items in the cabin, please bring it to the boarding door and we will check it for you. Also review the safety instruction in your seat pocket. If you are seated at an exit seat, also review the exit seating criteria.
Hey guys, all packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Yep.
Thanks, let me know if you need anything.
Will do, thank you very much. So we'll just wait for the cabin crew to close the doors, and then the jetway will disconnect. And we'll finish the before start checklist and get our pushback clearance. There we go, jetway's away, doors closed. In fact, what we should probably do is get our pushback clearance now. Arjun, the default airlines you get with the A320 Neo, you don't get any other than the default house Airbus livery, but there's something called the Livery Mega Pack, and that now has an installer, and you can download pretty much any airline under the sun. That's how I got this JetBlue one, so it's pretty quick and easy. Right, so JetBlue 787 ready for pushback and engine start. JetBlue 787 ready for push and start.
Aircraft calling ground, say again with your call sign.
JetBlue 787 ready for push and engine start. Oh, come on. JetBlue 787 ready for pushback and engine start.
Aircraft calling ground, say again with your call sign.
JetBlue 787 ready for pushback and engine start.
JetBlue 710 pushback and engine start approved.
710?
Pushback and engine start approved. JetBlue 710.
Oh, it's when I connected, it reverted my call sign for some reason. Let me see if I can change that. Right, so push and start is approved, so we can turn the beacon light on, and we'll check that the thrust levers are idle, and then we'll finish the before start checklist.
Below the line.
Windows and doors.
Closed.
Closed. Beacon.
On.
Thrust levers.
Idle.
Parking brake.
On.
Before start checklist complete.
Right, let's get pushed back.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes released.
Pushing back.
It's called the Liveries Mega Pack, Arjun. I'll pop a link in the chat once we're underway, if you're still about. So this is an interesting pushback because we have quite a tight turn, which I'm going to try and do with the rudders, but it may not go terribly well.
You are clear behind, and you can start your engines at your discretion.
And I will start the engines once we've got this pushback completed, because I can't multitask like that. I haven't heard any news about GSX coming out for Flight Sim. For those of you who don't know, that is sort of the ultimate pushback and ground handling add-on. It detects where the taxiway lines are and just does it, so you don't have to deal with all this nonsense. Still, not a bad job.
Pushback complete. Set parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes set.
Roger. Okay, the tow bar is disconnected and the equipment is clear. We will see you on the left side with the pin.
Thanks, and you can disconnect and go to hand signals.
Thanks. Have a good flight. See you later.
Starting engine 1.
So we'll get our engines going. That's engine 1 available, as you can see.
Starting engine 2.
Let's have a look at engine 2 starting from the outside, shall we?
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board today. This is your purser speaking. Please direct your attention to the cabin crew for important safety information. There is an instruction card in your seat pocket that illustrates the safety equipment on board this aircraft. Regulations require compliance with this information as well as all crew instructions.
Hello, Captain Tito. Welcome to the stream.
Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. Tighten by pulling on the belt. To release your seatbelt, lift the metal flap from the buckle. It is our policy that you keep your seatbelt fastened.
Hello, Pablo. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. I'll do my best to give us all a nice smooth ride. Right, that's 2 good starts, so we'll turn the engine mode selector back to normal. Turn the APU bleed off and the APU off. And I'm not going to use any anti-ice because we don't have enough cloud. There's no visible moisture, even though it is -1. And we'll turn the taxi light on. We'll also lock the cockpit door.
Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Place the elastic
And we'll do the after start checklist.
by pulling on the end.
Anti-ice.
Set.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
26% set.
Rudder trim.
0.
After start checklist complete.
Flight control check.
If the jacket fails to inflate, use the
Full
tube
up.
placed nearest the neck.
Full
Your
down.
jacket
Neutral.
is equipped with a light that will automatically
Full left.
illuminate in water.
Full right.
This is
Neutral.
a non-smoking
Rudder.
flight. Smoking is
Full
not
left.
permitted in the cabin or
Full
in
right.
lavatories. Cabin
Neutral.
lights will now be turned off. Reading light buttons are located over
No, I don't have a
Thank you
license,
very much
Sergeant.
for your
No.
attention.
I'm planning potentially on having another go at it after in spring, something like that. I've had a few lessons and I gave up, but I'm a little bit enthused again, so we'll see. Depends on money and COVID and all of that, but yeah, I'd like to do it.
Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Kennedy Ground, JetBlue 787 ready to taxi.
787 taxi to runway 31 left via taxiways Alpha, Foxtrot, Zulu, hold short runway 22 right, and runway 22 right, and runway 31 left.
Taxi to runway 31 left via taxiways Alpha, Foxtrot, Zulu, hold short runway 22 right, and runway 22 right, and runway 31 left JetBlue 787.
Okay, so we'll turn right on Delta Alpha and then back on ourselves
check.
on Alpha.
Pressure 0.
There are a lot of hold short instructions considering we're only going to be crossing one runway. I don't know quite what that's about. We'll check our takeoff config. Set our auto brake to max. And now we're away from the terminal area. We can turn on our weather radar and predictive wind shear warning system. But I'll wait until we've made this next turn to do that. This is the trouble with having only one pilot in the cockpit. You got to steer the aircraft and do all your pre-takeoff config stuff at the same time.
JetBlue
this should be
787
Foxtrot.
clear to cross runway 04 left.
Oh, good.
Cleared to cross runway 04 left JetBlue 787.
Sorry about the flickering in the cockpit. This is my track IR playing up a little bit. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's been doing this more than usual lately. So because we're crossing a runway, we'll turn the strobe light on. These switches are too fiddly. Actually, I think we're meant to be going down Zulu, aren't we? Never mind, we'll take the next right onto it, it's not a problem. Right, weather radar on, predictive wind shear to auto. And we'll turn the strobe off again. So this, as a lot of you will know, is one of the default handcrafted airports from Asobo. And it's not perfect, but I would say it's one of their better ones. I think this, Heathrow and Madrid are among my favourites. Madrid in particular. The buildings are really nicely done there. Okay, we'll check the cabin. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? That's done it. Cabin ready. Hello, Tomalim. Nice to see you. How are things? And we can run our before takeoff checklist.
Before takeoff checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flight instruments.
Checked.
Checked. Briefing.
I'll carry on with that after this turn. And after I've put the V-speeds into Flight Crew A320, which I've just realised I've forgotten to do. So they were 142, 158 and 159.
Confirmed.
Flat setting.
Config 1 plus F.
Config 1 plus F. V1, VR, V2, flex temp.
V1 142, VR 158, V2 159.
V1 142, VR 158, V2 159, ATC.
Set.
ECAM memo.
Takeoff no blue.
Down to the line.
I can't say I've noticed any change in the graphics, Tomalim, I'm afraid. You can see the New York skyline in the background there. Very nice. The flap setting depends on a few things. It depends on your weight, your altitude, the runway length, temperature, that sort of thing. I'm using 1 plus F. That's pretty standard on a long runway at sea level. So this is 3-1 left, and I would have expected them to hand us off to tower now, so I'll just tell them we're ready for departure. Kennedy ground, JetBlue 787 ready for departure, runway 31 left.
JetBlue 787 contact tower on 119.1.
Tower on 119.1 JetBlue 787.
Hello Chicky Chickster, welcome to the stream. Kennedy Tower, JetBlue 787 ready for departure, runway 31 left.
JetBlue 787 winds are 3-3 at 14 knots. QNH is 1025 cleared for takeoff. Runway 31 left squawk 3524 maintain runway heading until above 1000 feet, then turn left heading 110 to intercept course.
Cleared for takeoff. Runway 31 left squawking 3524 maintain runway heading until above 1000 feet, then left to 110 JetBlue 787.
I'm not used to these American clearances. That's an unusual one. So climb to 1000 and then turn left heading 110. Okay, we can remember that. In fact, we don't have to remember that. We'll go into selected heading mode. And we'll just engage the autopilot above 1000 feet, and that should be all we need to worry about.
Below the line.
Cabin crew, be seated for takeoff. Takeoff runway.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. Cabin crew.
Advised.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Packs.
On.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
Will I be reviewing Air Hauler 2? Probably not, to be honest. I'm afraid it's not really my sort of add-on. Okay, let's do this.
Ready?
Ready.
Takeoff.
So engine stable, about 50% N1.
Manflex SRS runway auto thrust blue.
Check. Thrust set. $100 knots.
Check.
V1.
Something weird's
Rotate.
going on with my PFD.
Positive
The
climb.
V-speeds aren't coming up.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Right, so we're above 1,000 feet.
AP1.
So we can start our left turn. Left turn,
JetBlue
please.
787 climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Contact New York departure on 135.9
Flap 0.
1.
Okay, make a right
Speed
turn.
check.
Maintain 13,000 feet. Departure on
Flaps 0.
135.9 a JetBlue 787. Departure JetBlue 787 climbing to 13,000 feet.
JetBlue 787 good morning. Radar contact.
Indeed, bye-bye New York. And so we can actually now just resume managed heading mode, which should take us to our first waypoint.
After takeoff, climb checklist.
Landing gear.
Up.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Packs.
On.
Down to the line.
And once we pass 18,000 feet, we'll switch to standard pressure. Finish that takeoff checklist then. So Arjun, going back to the flaps, if you go to wabpro.cz, then that will basically tell you what flap setting you should start with, 1+F, and if the runway's too short or whatever, then it'll tell you that. Hello Brian, welcome to the stream, and nice to see you here, catching me live. Which airport am I going to review next? I'm not sure. Possibly Flytampers Las Vegas. I'm waiting to hear back from the developer about a press copy of that. Possibly, what else is on the list? Samos, that's also there, so I might do Samos too. But I'm sort of doing fewer airport reviews than I had been, because it gets a little bit boring, to be honest, and I was spending my whole life doing airport reviews and not enough time flying, so I'm slowing down a little. So you should see more streams, but possibly slightly fewer reviews. What airport am I going to review next? Oh, no, I've already answered that. My destination is St. Martin. Princess Juliana Airport on St. Martin, TNCM. Hello Zanis. Haven't seen you on a stream for a while. Nice to see you.
Climb and maintain flight level 210 JetBlue 787.
Yeah, switch over to Twitch. It is less laggy. Have you got Las Vegas Cafe? Because I mean, it looks stunning, but a lot of people on Avsum have been talking about performance issues. Samos I have got, I've downloaded it. I think the buildings look fantastic. The approach is obviously very
JetBlue
difficult.
787 contact New York Center on
And I don't know, the textures on the ground don't look great to me.
Center on 118.97, take care JetBlue 787.
Only 5 seconds, that's not bad.
787 contact New York Oceanic Center on 121.
Center on 121.12 JetBlue 787.
So you'll notice that we have the QNH flashing down here, and that is because I forgot to correctly set the transition altitude, which is 18,000 feet.
To flight level 210.
Yeah.
JetBlue 787, good morning. Radar contact.
My Twitch is Philbert Flies as well, Argent, so exactly the same. So not only bye-bye New York, but bye-bye United States. And this route is pretty much entirely an oceanic crossing. Yes, I saw Hamburg was released. To be honest, I don't fancy it. After Düsseldorf, I'm a little bit down on just-in sceneries. The truth of the matter is, I really, really dislike doing reviews when I have to be very critical. I just don't enjoy it. So I'm trying to review things that I think I'll like, rather than things that I think I won't.
Set standard.
Standard, cross-checked, passing flight level 187.
Which is not to say I won't be critical where it's needed, but it's just soul-destroying. Constantly banging on about things that should be better. So now we're past the transition altitude, we'll complete our after takeoff checklist.
Below the line.
Barrow ref.
Standard set.
Standard set. After takeoff checklist complete.
Yes, I hope we do see a bit of water masking. Why have we not been cleared above 20,000? Oh, we've been cleared to flight level 210, not 200. Yeah, they are expensive and not the best. They're not dreadful.
JetBlue 787 climb and maintain flight level 290.
But
Climb and maintain flight
oh, who
level
knows? I might get it one day.
JetBlue 787.
As I say, I'm trying to slow down with the reviews a little bit. And I've got a few smaller airports waiting to be reviewed as well. I've mostly been doing big international airports because, you know, they have the broadest appeal. But a few developers have reached out to me with some smaller airstrips to review, and I wouldn't mind doing a couple of those when I get a chance. Plus, I've got Freeware Focus 2 to work on. So yeah, I've got quite a lot on at the moment. Oh right, well done for getting the first one out of the way, Sam Snow. Four nights is a killer though. Yeah. The most I do on my roster in one go is 3, and that's enough for me. don't know. Don't know much about ONS. I have played it, quite enjoyed it, but yeah, haven't played for a long time. So I'll tell you a little bit about our routing during the climb. It's I mean, as I say, it's all over the Atlantic Ocean, but we're heading southeast at the moment, as you can see. We're going to make a right turn here at Isles, and then head south-southeast all the way down past Bermuda, to the west of Bermuda, until we hit St. Martin. We're not going to be overflying any land for this entire flight. So this seems like a good time to tell you about a new feature for those of you watching on YouTube, which is called Super Chat, and it's something that I've only recently enabled. What it allows you to do, basically, is donate and pin a message to the chat for a certain period of time, depending on the amount you want to donate. So it's an option. That's all I'm saying. It's an option. And YouTube tell me I have to keep talking about it, so I'll give it a little plug every now and then. Right, what else was I was going to find the link to the Mega Pack, wasn't I, for Arjun. Here we are. And the other link that's probably worth sharing is WAB Pro, which is for the takeoff performance calculations. There you go. How do I sit through long flights? Well, the short answer is I don't, Arjun.
JetBlue 787 climb and maintain flight level 350.
So
and maintain flight level 350.
When I'm flying on my own, I tend to disappear for most of the cruise and get on with other things and come back for the descent and approach. When I'm streaming, I tend to stay here a little bit longer, but I still nip off sort of halfway through the flight. So for this flight, I figure I'll stay here for the first hour, and then I'll leave and come back for the last hour to set up for the approach and landing. Right, where's that coming from? So I've mentioned what I'm doing in terms of reviews. I've mentioned what I'm going to be working on another freeware focus at some point. And something else I want to do is live stream some VATSIM flights, which I'll probably do in the evenings because that's when there's most coverage on VATSIM. I've been practicing quite a lot lately, just flying on my own. but that is on the horizon for those of you who would be interested in that. I'm not an expert, I will make mistakes, but you can enjoy watching me do that.
In just a few moments, we'll begin our meal service for the flight. Please refer to the menu given to you on boarding for the 2 meal choices and for the beverage choices available. We request that you keep the aisles clear to assist the flight attendants to serve you additional.
Oh right, yes, you've spoken about that one before, I think. I did have a look at whether there would be any VATSIM coverage for this flight, and there isn't, because it's early in the morning, of course, in the real world on the east coast of the States and in the Caribbean. So I'd probably have to fly at about 2 in the morning local time to get coverage over there. But you know, Pilot to ATC is not bad. It's not a bad substitute. Right, 2 China Southern flights. Cool. So Arjun, you're an X-Plane user at the moment. Have you got a copy of Flight Sim 2020, or are you just considering it at the moment? It's nice that you have a job that you enjoy enough to look up the upcoming flights before you go in, Samsonite. It's a good sign. Well, now we're established in the cruise, I think we could perhaps put a little bit of music on. Ah, right, okay, cool. And have you been flying in X-Plane for a while? Because when you're deciding whether you want to switch across, I think it depends a little bit on the type of flying you do. If you most... Oh, my mic cut out, did it? Can you hear me now okay? There's a 30-second lag, by the way, so I'll wait to hear from you before I repeat myself. Okay, so what was I saying? X-Plane versus MSFS. Yeah, if you want study level aircraft, there aren't any yet for MSFS. If you like VFR flying, then MSFS is much better because you can see the real world. What else? Yes, so the A320 Neo with the fly-by-wire mod is about the only airliner that flies approximately close to the real thing. So don't get too excited about the 787 or the 744. But all of this will come, you know, it's early days. Oh, hello, El Diablito, nice to see you. And yeah, I thought we'd... I mean, this was basically the whole reason for the last flight to New York, so that we could set up and be in the right place for this one. I'll turn the music down a little bit, it sounds very loud through my headphones. To be fair, El Diablito, I'm going to have my cell phone in the background shortly, so I've got a few things to be getting on with during the cruise. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, low NPC. I'm not sure how, because I've never really got into X-Plane, I came from P3D. I'm not really sure how the performance compares. But I will say this, MSFS performs a lot better than P3D 4.5 did. Much better. Right, I'm afraid I'm going to abandon you, and I'll let you watch the cruise, or come back for the descent if you'd rather. I'll be back at 16:30, which is in an hour and a half. That's 16:30 Zulu. So yes, enjoy the flight, and I hope to see you when I return.
JBU787 you are off course. Turn right heading 209er to return to course.
Heading 209 a JetBlue 787.
JetBlue787 contact New York Center on 128.3. Have a good one.
Center on 128.3 JetBlue 787. Center JetBlue 787 at flight level 350.
JetBlue 787 good morning. Radar contact. JetBlue 787 contact New York radar area BDA Moore Center on 128.5. Have a good one.
Center on 128.5 JetBlue 787. Center JetBlue 787 at flight level 350.
JetBlue 787 good morning. Radar contact.
Hello everybody, I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me, those of you who have. Thank you very much for the in-flight service. I can't remember who that was. I'll just scroll back over the comments. It's No Clue, isn't it? Yes, No Clue. Thank you for the in-flight service. Hello to Heckabecca Plays, if you're still about. Hello to Ruben, and hello to Furkan. Welcome to the stream. So just to give you an idea of what is going on at the moment, we are of course flying to St Martin, and we are about 54 minutes away from our top of descent, about an hour and 20 minutes away from landing. So we've still got a little bit of time before we have to set up for our descent and approach. But I have vacuumed my house, I've written a couple of last Christmas cards, I've had a bite to eat, so I'm here, I'm settled, I'm ready to do my best to entertain you for the remainder of the flight. And the first thing I'm going to do is just get the METAR for Princess Juliana, and we'll see what the weather's like, what weather we can expect. Sent it twice, never mind. Oh, I like Ben and Jerry's chocolate dough. Last Christmas cards. I mean, the Christmas cards that I hadn't written, I still had to write. Not cards from last year's Christmas. So we've got a company message notification, so let's see what we've got. Right, winds 350 at 4 knots, 270, varying between 270 and 040, a few clouds at 2,200, and a temperature of 29 degrees. Imagine that, those of you who are in the northern hemisphere at least. If we go to our progress page, I was just going to see what the optimal altitude was, but I don't think that's been implemented yet. But we could do with climbing a little bit higher according to the flight plan. As you burn off fuel, the most efficient flight level goes up. So let me just double check what the flight plan says. Very good, Ruben. Well, hello Jason, Ollieflower71. It's all going well, yes. I've had quite a productive afternoon during the cruise, and I've just got back to take us through to the landing. Now, what was I looking at? Flight plan, optimal cruising level, what was it anticipated to be? So 360. Okay, so I thought we were going up higher than that. Let's request a climb to flight level 360. Who are we? Can't remember our call sign. JetBlue 787, that's right. JetBlue 787 requests climb flight level 360.
JetBlue 787 climb and maintain flight level 370.
Okay, we can do 370.
Maintain flight level 370.
How far are we?
JetBlue 787.
I'll give you the latest. We are 593 nautical miles away from landing, which will take us about an hour and a quarter, 1 hour 15 minutes. Lewis, good question. I am using the master build, the dev build, but I'm using the latest version, which includes the custom fly-by-wire, which is a work in progress. But that makes the aircraft fly much better when you're hand flying, and most importantly, it does away with the uncontrollable wing roll on landing or on flare. So that's what I'm using at the moment. Side stick. I don't own a yoke, which is fine because I mostly fly the Airbus, and that does have a side stick. But yeah, if I had more space in my flat and more money, I would probably get both. I am CP, yes, hello. Can't remember who first requested this, but I think it's someone who isn't here. The guy who works for Eurostar, I've forgotten his name, it's awful. Anyway, he might show up still, you never know. What do you fly with, Arjun? Yoke or stick? I'm from London, Arjun. Which bit of Yorkshire are you from? Hello, Jay. Welcome to the stream. Did I find that as I was getting to the cruising altitude, the plane started to go up and down, pivoting? No, I can't say I did, Jason. I have had that in previous builds, but no, not recently. So I asked for the ATIS as well, just in case there was a VATSIM controller online. And if there was a VATSIM controller online, then I'd have been tempted to switch over to that rather than using Pilot to ATC, but I don't think there's a lot of air traffic control that goes on around St Martin. Other Caribbean islands tend to have controllers online, but well, I haven't been checking for that long, but I've been checking off and on over the last few days to see if we could do this flight on VATSIM, and I haven't seen anyone on. No, Jason, I'm using the branch of the dev build that has the work in progress custom fly-by-wire, which there's a link to it from their GitHub, and that does away with some of the issues you get with hand flying the plane, so you no longer have a wing drop on landing, which was getting rarer, but it did still happen. It does mess a few other things up, but overall I'm finding it much nicer to fly. Hello, Green Guy. No, I don't use rudder pedals, purely because I don't really have space for them. I would quite like a set though, so I just use the twist axis on my joystick for the rudders. And my plan for sometime next year is to get my loft boarded out and to move all of my simming stuff up there. Have more space, a bigger desk, and that sort of thing. Oh, thank you, Sue35. That's nice to hear. I'm glad you're enjoying them. There will be more. So in the Airbus, the FMC is called the MCDU, and there are tutorials out there on it already. I've done one. I've done a video a tutorial that takes you from cold and dark at the gate all the way through to pushback, which does include most of what you need to know about the MCDU. I'll post a link to it. I do sort of want to do a second part for my A320 review series, but it just took me so long, and there are plenty of other good A320 tutorials out there, so I might do it at some point. just find that review, that tutorial I have done for you. There we are. The twist axis on my last joystick did get messed up, but not after 6 months. It was good for about 3 years. And then I was able to follow a YouTube tutorial to take the thing apart, unwrap the wires and put it back together again, and it worked again perfectly well after that. I messed up a couple of buttons in the process and it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough. So yeah, it is an issue with, you know, all but the very best joysticks, but it's working alright. I use the Thrustmaster T16000. CPR's catch you, Casey, in your last career. Ah, right, okay. Yes, I remember you. Nice to see you on this stream. Oh, that's so irritating, Jason. That's ridiculous. Who was this? British Gas? No, I haven't set up Nightbot, Arjun. No, I've got no bots in my YouTube channel at all. But if you want to know how old I am, I'm 36. Who needs bots? Oh, right, okay. Never heard of an airvac. Greenwood airvac. Oh, interesting. Looks fancy. Oh, Sue, thank you for bringing that to my attention. What I must have done, because I know there was one that had expired or hadn't worked properly, I must have just copied that across. I'll update it, thank you. I'll do that now. Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Arjun. Right, Discord link has been updated now, so if you want to give it a go. I guess it's my my youthful voice and my joie de vivre that makes it a shock to hear I'm 36, is it? Or maybe it's just that I'm playing with planes on my computer, I don't know. It does have an approach over the island as well, I believe. I think it's uncommon due to the prevailing winds. Let me have a quick look at the approach plates. Oh, no, it doesn't. The only approaches available are to runway 10. Isn't that interesting? Must be quite rare. Looks like all of the departures are from runway 10 as well. Yep, they are. All of the departures are from runway 10. Yeah. I was around 22 once upon a time. I miss those days. Yeah, they are pretty high. You'll see when we land. So I think it would be a very steep approach if you were to come in on runway 28. Let's see if the departure charts shed any light on the height. Not really. Not really. Looks like the minimum safe altitude for the sector to the east of the airport is 2,600 feet. That isn't quite the same thing. Yes, I wish I was on this plane as well, Jason. Which bit of the Netherlands are you from, Ruben? It's true, I'm conscious when I'm doing my bimbles around Britain flights and I'm talking about the mountains we have here, that there are people from most of the world who would not consider them mountains at all. Yeah, I nearly was a pilot, sort of. So I did 15 hours towards my PPL, and I got onto a part-sponsored training scheme to be a commercial pilot. But at the end of it, there was no guarantee of a job, so it would have meant taking out a very large loan and not necessarily having a way to pay it back. So I decided against. And I don't regret it, to be honest. It's a very volatile industry, and I don't have the constitution to, I don't know, I suppose constantly be worrying about whether I'll be employed next month. Oh, okay, I've been to The Hague. I like it there. Very nice part of the world. Good combination of sort of city living and the beach, isn't it, The Hague? If I remember rightly. Mildred and Morris are very well, Jason. For those of you who are unaware, Morris and Mildred are my cats, and yeah, they've been all right. Mildred has got into the airing cupboard, so she's having a sleep on my dressing gown in there at the moment, and Morris is out. Exactly, Sue, exactly. I know. There's barely a day goes by when I don't wish I was a cat, Jace. Mind you, you know me, I don't particularly want to go out at the moment because my view is just, well, because I'm going to see my parents at Christmas basically, and it'll be the first time I've seen them indoors since March, so I'm essentially self-isolating for 2 weeks, and then I'll go back to a slightly more normal life. For £60, I'd recommend what I've got, Arjun, which is the Thrustmaster T16000. There are various versions of it. I'll try and find a link to the one I've got. They try, Ruben. They try very hard. Yesterday I was flying, and Morris got up on the desk, as he chooses to, and increased the throttle to toga power with his bottom while I was on final. So yeah, they do their best. So, Arjun, there still seems to be a bit of a shortage of joysticks. I've just looked at the T16000 and... oh no, hang on, no, we have got one. It's out of stock at the moment, but it's $59.99. So it's pretty much bang on your budget. I'll send you a link. Yeah, that's sad, no clue. It is. You have to have a certain amount of luck, I think. You can be the best pilot in the world, and if there's an economic downturn, or God forbid something like 9/11 happens and people don't fly anymore, then yeah, it's tough. How does it compare to the Logitech Extreme 3D? Funnily enough, that is the joystick that I had before this one. And that was pretty good. The Logitech doesn't feel quite as good in your hand as the Thrustmaster does. The throttle isn't quite as good. Then it only has 6 buttons, I think, as opposed to 9 on the base. No, sorry, 12 on the base, which the Thrustmaster has. But yeah, for the money, I think the Logitech Extreme 3D is pretty good. Oh, Jason, that's very, very kind of you. Thank you very much for the £10. Much obliged. Yeah, so I should probably mention it again, as there is a link in the description if anyone does want to donate to the channel. You can also use the new Super Chat feature, which no one has done yet, so you could be the first, and that allows you to give as much or as little as you want, and it keeps your message pinned up or something like that. I've never seen it in action, to be honest. Yeah, there is a T16000 for 484. It's crazy because the stock is just so low. I ordered a replacement for my old one, which I'd had for 3 years, and I waited 2 months for it, and the delivery date kept going back and back. I would have thought that the shortage might have died down by now, but apparently not. Maybe Christmas, people are buying them as Christmas presents for the new flight simmers in their life. Oh, that's very nice of you to say, Jason. I fly with my left hand, Arjun, purely because I sit in the captain's seat, and that's where the captain's side stick is. It's also quite useful to use the mouse in my right hand, to be honest. Hello, KAMD Dom. Nice to have you here. Yeah, well, I hope it's everything you hoped for. Oh, it's absolutely a rip-off. It's absolutely a rip-off. People are just pushing the prices up because people are desperate to get flight controllers. Oh, Sue, thank you very much for the £2. Now you should get a big bing going on in on the stream, but perhaps it's not working. Or it might just be delayed. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But thank you for testing it. And you have my gratitude whether or not there's a bing that comes up on the stream. Ah, there it is. There it is. Good. I'm glad that's working. Oh, you're right. You came with us from Dallas to JFK. Awesome. So can I ask which part of the world you're from? Cammed? And is it Cammed or is it K-A-M-D? The GPWS is the ground proximity warning system. So that's the thing that gives you call-outs like pull up terrain, pull up, and that sort of thing. Ken, well, pleased to meet you, Ken.
JetBlue 787 contacts San Juan Oceanic Center on 118.15. Have a good afternoon.
Well, I was gonna say it's a good time to end your break, in my opinion. This sim is fantastic. It's got frustrating things about it, but I love it. It's the best simulator I've flown.
JetBlue 787 at flight level 370.
JetBlue 787, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Arjun, don't you worry. There's no pressure or obligation to donate at all. It's only if people want to and can afford to, and it feels right. It's, I think no less of you for not donating. Why are there 5? So they're for different call-outs, I believe. So this is obviously the terrain warning system. This, I presume, is the overall on and off button for the GPWS. Glide slope mode, that will stop giving you alerts while you are established on the glide slope. I'm not entirely sure about flap mode and landing flap 3, I'm afraid. I presume if you turn this one on, off. Right, so this is my guess. I'm not an expert on this, but I think if you turn off landing flap 3, it will alter the warning. There's a warning which says too low flaps, and I imagine that if you turn this off, then it will say that if you're not at least flap 3, as opposed to if you're not at least flap full, if that makes sense. How do I get the smooth drone cam move? Well, I have set up my joystick in the controller settings, so I use that. So this is what it looks like when I move the joystick left, that's what it looks like when I move it right, this is what happens when I rotate it, and forwards and backwards. Then I use the hat switch to go up and down, and if you want to make it even smoother, then you can change both the drone speed and the drone rotation speed. So what I do when I'm doing my review videos is I turn the drone rotation speed right down, and then I just pan around the aircraft like that. And I use the same technique to do some of the shots around the buildings at the airports and that sort of thing. That's brilliant, no clue. It's 20 years back, wow. And still in working order, I take it. Sorry, I missed that message there. I wondered about your use of ATC. So at the moment I'm using Pilot to ATC, which is a commercial add-on, Ken. They do a free trial. There's a link in the communications, in the description of the YouTube video. And yeah, it's quite good. It's not perfect, but it's quite good. It's certainly better than the default MSFS ATC. Yeah, if you want peace and quiet, Jason, then yeah, best to turn them all off. It depends when you go. I have seen JFK very busy, but it's true that the live traffic isn't necessarily showing everything at the moment, I think. But the approach, how do you mean the approach with etc. was truncated? I think what I flew, I take it you're talking about the Dallas to JFK flight. I followed ATC instructions. We followed the standard arrival and then we got vectors onto final, if I remember rightly, which is pretty normal. But Pilot to ATC doesn't talk to other traffic, unfortunately. It's sort of aware of it because it'll tell you to hold short if there's an aircraft coming in to land, but it only actively controls you. Yes, I have seen the FS live traffic liveries. In fact, I'm using their original IVAL-based system at the moment, which isn't great, but better than nothing. I'm very excited to see what they do with FLAI. It'll be a big improvement, I think. Oh, that's not ideal. A really bad side stick. I've had various sticks over the years. I started off with a Microsoft Sidewinder, which was very good, and then I had a Sidewinder force feedback, which was quite good. It didn't feel quite as realistic as I'd hoped. And yeah, then it was the Logitech, and now it's the Thrustmaster. So we are about 45 minutes out from landing now. Where am I now? I am approaching the Thank waypoint. So I'm just north of some sort of island. Bear with me, I'll tell you what it is. My map isn't being very helpful. It's whatever is to the east of the Dominican Republic. That's where I am north of. I don't know if we'll see it. It's quite far from where we're going. But yeah, as I say, we're about 45 minutes from landing, and I'll give you a distance as well. 357 nautical miles. So we're actually quite a long way from any land at the moment. But do you know what? To get us in the mood, I think we should have a bit of Caribbean music. We've had the peaceful cruise portion. Now I'm just going to type Caribbean into Epidemic Sound and see what comes up. No, we're not flying over Puerto Rico. We're not flying over anything, I'm afraid, until we hit St. Martin. I don't come pretty close to the British Virgin Islands. But we won't be directly overhead then, I don't think. No, I don't use a throttle quadrant, I just use the throttle on my side stick. Ah, right, nice, okay. So this is your part of the world. No, I've never been to St. Martin, no. I have been to Cuba, which I loved, but that's the only part of the Caribbean I visited. Yeah, it's a bit cruel, isn't it? Is it a tease or is it a nice bit of escapism? Yeah, I found a Calypso playlist. Right, I'm just going to disappear for a second to try and find my Track IR hat. I don't know where it is. Won't be long. Right, I found it, I'm back, and yes, Gatwick to Bridgetown does sound very much like me, yeah. Was that a Virgin 747 flight? I can't remember. Anyway, it's something to do when we get a decent long-haul airliner for sure. I think BA flew there from Heathrow in a also from Gatwick in a 777, didn't they? I don't know. But yeah. I quite enjoyed the long haul I did in the 787 to Chicago, and I probably would do another one, but I'd go to bed in the middle of it. I watched a little bit of Droyer's stream the other day, and he was flying from Paris to Japan to Tokyo in a A321 in X-plane. And yeah, he went to bed in the middle of it, so if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. This is what I always used to do with long hauls before I started streaming. Take off in the evening, go to bed, wake up and land in the... Right, so we're 122 nautical miles from our estimated top of descent point here, so I'm going to hand over control to the co-pilot and we'll get prepped for arrival.
You have control.
I have control.
music might be a tiny bit loud. It's very hard to tell when you're wearing a headset, so I'm going to turn it down for my benefit anyway. So, let's do our arrival. We are anticipating the Aluba 1 star, and I'll probably be expecting an RNAV approach to runway 10. Now, RNAV doesn't work properly in this sim, as we are probably all too aware of. Let me just have a quick look at the other approach options, and then I can always request a different approach if I want. Yeah, I quite want the VOR DME Zulu. That looks pretty straightforward, to be honest. We've got good weather, so we can fly most of it visually. And we'll have the Aluba 1 with... Oh, why doesn't it give me the Aluba transition? Maybe this isn't going to work after all. There's definitely a lot of transitions missing from here. Alright, we'll take Gouda. To be honest, we're probably going to be given something entirely different by ATC anyway. But that's a start, that's a setup for what we would like, and we can change it later if need be. Next thing we want to do is set up the Perth approach page. So that relies on getting the latest weather, which I'm going to do in my web browser because it's just easier. So, wind is going to be 350 at 4. Let's just check the aircraft isn't doing something ridiculous because I've updated the arrival time. QNH is 1015. Oh, and they use hectopascals here, that's interesting. Sort of was anticipating inches of mercury. So I'm glad. Temperature's 29 degrees. 29 degrees, people. That is the life, isn't it? Transition altitude will be given to us by ATC. And the minimum decision altitude will be 770 feet. That's that. Last thing we want to do is set our auto brake. We'll use auto brake medium. And we'll do a bit of tuning actually as well. So what is the VOR that we're going to be using? It is St Martin, unsurprisingly, PJM, which is 113.0. So we'll be using that to measure our distances.
I have control.
You have control.
Okay, what have I missed in the chat? How to get the top of descent in A320. It's not really properly implemented yet, Elbapino. It doesn't happen. Occasionally you'll get an arrow pop up here, sometimes you won't. I'm sure it's something the fly-by-wire guys will add in due course though. Is there reverse thrust on the side stick? No, there isn't. I think you can probably adjust your throttle axis to make it give you a reverse thrust, but what I do is I just use the F2 key. Can I explain the VOR DME approach compared to RNAV? Yes, I'll try my best. So an RNAV approach is a GPS approach which relies on you having a GNSS equipped aircraft, which we do, and what it does is it uses GPS signals to guide you down essentially a final approach course, a bit like an ILS. But unlike an ILS, it doesn't have to be straight and it doesn't have to be a smooth descent. A VOR DME approach is reliant on your distance from a VOR, and it's an old-fashioned approach. It's been around for a very long time. So the one we're doing today, for example, requires us to fly a 10 DME arc from the VOR, depending on which way we're arriving, and we'll be given altitudes to follow at certain distances. So when we're at Aluba, which is our initial approach fix, we want to be at 1,600 feet. And then when we get to Debir, which is the next waypoint, we can start our descent down to the runway. Yes, it will come, El Bapino. The progress on this aircraft is amazing so far. And initially, when I saw about the A320NX mod, I thought, oh, this is going to be one of these vaporware products that a bunch of have-a-go heroes is going to try and not get very far with. But it's absolutely incredible what they've done, and I'm very grateful for it. Yes, that's it, Jason. Yeah, minimum. Yep. So that's when you have to decide whether you're going to land or whether you're going to go around. You'll notice in the MCDU, if we go back to that perf approach page, that we have MDA, minimum decision altitude, and decision height. And the difference between these two is MDA is altitude above mean sea level, and decision height is height above the ground level according to the radio altimeter. So you would typically only use decision height in category 3 conditions, i.e. when there is virtually no visibility. You choose one or the other, not both. So on this approach chart, for example, the decision altitude is 770 feet. The equivalent decision height you'll see in brackets, and that is 756 feet. And from that you can calculate that the runway elevation is 14 feet above sea level. That's the difference. Yeah, I got it from Navigraph. Yeah, that's where I get all of my approach plates and that from. But if you don't have a Navigraph subscription, you'd be amazed. You can find most plates for free if you just Google it. Music is a little bit loud, is it? I'll turn it down. Do you know, I actually thought I'd turned it down a bit too much because it's quite quiet for me. Just have to find the right window amongst the hundreds of windows I've got open. How's that? But do you know what? If they do give us an RNAV approach, let's give it a go, because this aircraft is evolving all the time. We will at least get lateral guidance, we just might not get vertical guidance. Yeah, it is sun cream. I mean, 29 degrees is probably my perfect temperature for sitting on a beach. I don't like it too hot. Anything above 30 I find a bit much. But yeah, I would honestly, I'd give my right arm to be in the Caribbean right now.
JetBlue 787 expect the Oliva 1 arrival with the Oliva transition for the RNAV approach to runway 10 at Princess Juliana International after cab all clear. Direct Oliva contact San Juan Oceanic Center on 128.65. Have a nice day.
Expect the Aluva 1 arrival with the Aluva transition for the ANAV approach to runway 10.
Okay, RNAV approach it is, not a problem.
On 128.65 JetBlue 787. Center JetBlue 787 at flight level 370.
How do I switch from cockpit to drone mode? Using the insert key, Josh.
Radar contact.
Hold on, I'm just going to work out this arrival a little bit. So the star will take us to Aluba and beyond. Is that one of the available transitions? No, again, it's missing transitions. So what have we got? Elopo. I should have another go at installing the Navigraph data, I think. I'm sure it's got better. We got Gouda. Yeah. Do you know what? I'm just going to choose no via and see what that looks like on the PFD. Sorry, the ND. So we're going to be going to Slugo, then Dandy, which I can't see. Oh yeah, we don't want to go to Dandy. We don't. We want to go ideally from Slugo to Vaki, Gouda or Umana. Yeah, Dandy's alright. But really, because I've selected no transition, we should have our initial approach fix rather than this Dandy after Slugo. Slugo, Gabble, and then Aluba. Slugo, then Dandy, then what? Can't see. Zoom in a bit more. Avaki. Avaki Lessor, then Mapon, is that right? Yeah. Okay, so really we could go from Slugo to Avaki, and it's just a question of making pilot to ATC agree with the sim. Yeah, Max, I know what you mean. I know, I do as well. I think if we just delete Dandy, that'll be a close approximation. But I bet the MCDU doesn't let me. No, because that's a bug. Well, that's alright. After Slugo, we will just route direct to Vaki manually. That'll be fine.
JetBlue 787 descent to cross Oliva at flight level 085, then descend via the Oliva 1 arrival with the Oliva transition to 2,600 feet. QNH is 1014 and Princess Juliana International.
Will cross Aluba at flight level 085.
Do you know who this is 24 Chenji is? I don't know what you mean, Jasmine.
2,600 feet. QNH is 1014 JetBlue 787.
They're to do with the Sims nav data match. No, I'll use a direct. I'll press this button here, and we'll choose whatever I just said. A vacuum, isn't it? Right, I'm going to kill the music now. I'm enjoying it, but yeah, I can't concentrate properly with it on. Right, so what was that last instruction? Cross Aluba at flight level 085. Okay, not a problem. How far away are we from Aluba? About 260 miles, something like that, so we don't have to worry about descending yet. So 85 times 3 is 250. Is that right? No, 255. No. Yeah. 84 times 3. Oh, it's not 85, is it? So 37,000 minus 8,500 is 28,500. So we've got 28,500 to lose. So that's 28.5 times 3. So we need to start our descent about 85 nautical miles before Aluba, plus 10, so 95 nautical miles. We'll make it around about 100 to be on the safe side. Jasmine, you just seem to be talking rubbish. I'm going to get rid of you, I'm sorry. Are there any plans for Heathrow scenery that isn't deluxe? Not that I know of, Max. No, not that I know of. There were versions for P3D by UK 2000 and by Simwings. Neither of them were great. Hello Mossy, I did see you pop up while I was in the middle of my vacuuming. That's what I did while I was away from the computer, living the dreams. I'm sorry I wasn't here, but nice to see you, welcome back. How are things? Just been trying to fight with the MCGU to give us the approach that we want, and it isn't playing ball. But basically the plan is we'll go from here to here and we'll forget about that. The captain, Jason, the captain has to vacuum the plane mid-flight, and you're right, it is atrocious. Now, I thought I would quite like to do a stream this afternoon, but also I should get on with stuff I don't want to do, so I did both. Yeah, normally it would be a first officer's job, but as you can see, there's no one there. Didn't show up for work. Yeah, my new vape is very noisy. I'd rather it wasn't audible on the mic, but yeah. So, cross Aluba at flight level 085, then descend via the Aluba 1 arrival. Now, we don't actually have any altitude constraints on the Aluba 1 arrival, so that's a bit tricky. But anyway, we want to be at 2,600 by Avaki, which is the next waypoint. That's on the actual RNAV approach. So we'll do that. An ATC might get crossed, but that's not my fault. That is a limitation of pilot to ATC. Oh no, already? You've only recently got that, haven't you, Mossy? What's wrong with it? irritating. Bad luck. So when we're within range, we're going to listen to the Princess Juliana ATIS, which is on 126.65. So we'll tune that in now in preparation. And I'm just going to nip to powder my nose for 2 minutes, shan't be a sec. Right, I'm back, sorry about that. So we'll start our descent now to flight level 85. So do you have an old graphics card that you're using instead, Mossy? Or are you just without a computer at all? Till it's fixed. How much is the St. Martin scenery? I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's a link to the Sim Market page in the video description. And we'll turn on the landing system in the hope that it gives us some kind of guidance for the RNAV approach. And as a backup, we'll turn on VOR1, and we tuned in the St. Martin VOR, PJM, which has now come up here, so we are 94 nautical miles away from it. And if we switch to VOR mode, we should get some kind of lateral guidance, although we didn't put in a course, did we? Let's use 096 and see if it'll accept that. So that will be the final approach course, basically. So it's good to have a backup in the form of a ground navigation beacon when you're using a GPS approach. Oh good, at least you got something to keep you going, Mossy. Avsim.com is quite useful. It's not specifically for seeing what sceneries are being developed. There isn't sort of one resource. I check out avsim.com quite a lot, and also I look at FS Elite, which tends to announce certain projects when they're near completion. But it's not guaranteed that everything that's currently under development will be talked about there. I'm just trying to work out if we cross Aluba at 8,500 feet, will that give us enough time to get down to 2,600 feet by Avaki? I don't know the answer because they don't appear on the same chart. Which is odd, isn't it? Do they appear on any of the other charts? No. Oh well. We'll see what happens. In fact, Aluba isn't appearing on this at all, which is very odd, seeing as it should be in our star. Okay, let's try and modify this. Sligo Gabel, G-A-B-U-L. And that doesn't seem to have done anything. Okay, let's try once more. Sligo, next waypoint, Gabel. No, it's not working, is it? It's too buggy. Let's try putting the arrival route in again. So we are doing our Nev 10. We are following the Aluba 1. Okay, let's go via Gabel, see if that works. Oh, brilliant! It worked! That is exactly the path we want to follow. Good. So possibly partly a bug with the nav data, but also partly me doing it wrong. I'm not aware of this freeware 737. On the AMP? What do you mean on the AMP? Oh right. No, I mean, I'm not that hyped, to be honest, because I'm not convinced it'll be particularly realistic. But I'll certainly give it a go. Do you know much about who's developing it and what sort of level of systems depth it'll have?
Cabin crew, prepare for arrival.
So passing 20,000 feet off flight level 200, we'll turn on the seatbelt sign. Yeah, PMDG products have always been expensive. But I'm not going to lie, I will cough up the 140 quid for it, for sure. Unless, of course, this freeware one is good enough. I mean, I'm perhaps being a little bit too scathing about a product I know nothing about. Ooh, if they're partnering with Zebo, then yes, I am hyped. Yes. I've never used the Zebo mod, but I've heard very good things about it. So if they manage that, then there should be some decent systems depth, and it should fly pretty realistically, I'd have thought. So we were expected to arrive at 1948 Zulu. It's now 1918, so we look like we're going to be a little early, if anything, which is good. Let's see if we can pick up the ATIS yet. No, a bit far away still. Oh, that's interesting. No, you can't see what I'm looking at, but I've got a pilot to ATC COM window open, and it's switching the frequencies, but it's no longer actually letting me talk to them, which is odd.
Princess Juliana
Here we are.
International Information Uniform 17-0 Zulu winds are 334 at 6 knots. Visibility 6 miles. 2,200 few clouds. Temperature 29, dew point 21. Current QNH is 1014. Arriving and departing runway 28. Princess Juliana International.
Okay, so runway 28 we're using.
17-0 Zulu winds are 334 at 6 knots.
But it won't let me tune back to the frequency we were on. That's annoying. I think there's a work. Alright, San Juan Center. That's what, there we are. We're back. We're back. It's all good.
2,600 feet.
JetBlue 787 radar contact. QNH is 1012.
QNH is 1012 JetBlue 787.
So our descent path looks pretty good. And we see land ahead. So on the left here we have an island. My mapping isn't very good. Can anyone tell me what that island on the left is? And then straight ahead we have St. Martin. Oh yes, she said, did she say runway 28? That's not a valid approach. We discovered earlier that only runway 10 is used. Yeah, we're going to runway 10, we're not going to runway 28. Oh, hello Max, nice to see you here. Welcome. You're about to see my first ever approach into St. Martin. No, we've been cleared for the RNAV for runway 10, so runway 28 is definitely not happening. And we were told to cross this next waypoint at 8,500 Avaki. I think. No, it wasn't a Avaki, it was a Luba, wasn't it? This is the trouble when your flight plan doesn't match up and the Airbus doesn't have the data in it that you need. Never mind, they'll probably forgive us. So at Avaki we are supposed to be, let me just check, at 2,600 feet. So let's go down to that now. And if ATC don't like it, it's not really my problem. You're waiting on the beach. Well, lucky you. I've got to fly a blooming plane, unfortunately. I'm going to use a little speed brake to get down here because I was anticipating a slightly longer arrival than this. And as we've passed 10,000 feet, we'll turn on the landing lights. And because we are going to an altitude rather than a flight level, we'll set local pressure, which is 1014. Is that what the ATIS said? Yes, it is. So that's good. The live weather is accurate once again. No worries, Max. I'll do my best for you. Ah, thank you, Jason. Thanks. Right.
2994 set.
2994 set. Passing 5,600.
We are very, very high here.
Now,
check.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. We may have to do a missed approach, but that's alright. No, we'll be alright. We'll be alright. I'm being overly pessimistic here. Oh, something's gone wrong with Twitch, is it? That's annoying. Still, welcome back on YouTube. The ATC hasn't given us any further instruction. It hasn't handed us over to approach. So we're probably just going to land and ignore them. And maybe the time has finally come to just switch over to VATSIM in general. ATC or no ATC. So we now want to go down to 1,700.
Turn right heading 263 vectors to the RNAV approach for runway 10
they want to vector
Juliana
us, do they?
International contact approach on 128.9.
Okay, alright, we'll follow that, we'll do that.
Heading 263 vectors to the
We'll let
ANAV
them
approach
vector
for
us.
runway 10 approach on 128.905 JetBlue 787.
That would make their descent clearance make a little more sense.
Approach JetBlue 787 at 2,700 feet.
JetBlue 787, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Too late, Jason. I'm listening to them. They've decided they want to give us vectors, and I will accept their vectors. Unless, of course, their vectors turn out to be nonsense, which they sometimes do, in which case I'll start ignoring them again. But it'll give us a little bit more time to have a look at the glorious Caribbean waters. Because, you know, we haven't had enough of the sea, have we? After 3.5 hours over it. So we're heading 263 as instructed, more or less.
JetBlue 787, turn right heading 263.
Heading
Yes, I am.
263 JetBlue 787.
Okay, I'll give them 5 minutes on this heading, and if we don't get a more sensible vector, because, you know, we could just start our approach now, then I'll turn them off.
JetBlue 787 turn right heading 288.
Heading 288 JetBlue 787.
And what we'll do is we'll activate the approach mode, and then we can start extending our flaps when required. Oh, my track IR is not working well today.
JetBlue 787 turn right heading 288.
Heading 288 JetBlue 787.
JetBlue 787 turn right heading 005.
Heading 005 JetBlue 787.
So while we're doing this, I am going to try and get us a direct to lessor in this in the MCDU, so that we can continue following the RNAV approach. Sometimes that doesn't work with arrival waypoints.
JetBlue 787 cleared for RNAV to runway 10 fly heading 065 to intercept final.
Cleared for a NAV approach to runway 10 fly heading 065 JetBlue 787.
Right, well, that was a slightly pointless little circle. But anyway, ATC are the boss. Yeah, weather could be better. Don't know how, but I'm sure it could. Well, so once we're back on the RNAV route, we'll descend to 1700 to lessor, and then it'll be a 3-degree glide slope all the way down to final, which I think I'll just fly by hand, to be honest. We're about 13 miles away, is that? Something like that? Yeah, 13.7 miles away from the VOR, which is in the middle of the airport. I mean, this is not an intercept heading, is it, to be honest?
JetBlue 787 QNH is 1014 at Princess Juliana International Contact Tower on 118.7. Have a good afternoon.
QNH is 1014 tower on 118.7 JetBlue 787. Approach tower JetBlue 787 inbound for a NAV approach runway 10.
JetBlue 787 good afternoon. Radar contact. Continue RNA to runway 10 call when established on final.
Okay, let's descend now to 1700.
When established on final JetBlue 787.
And let's go direct to lessor.
Checked.
Why are we turning left? We don't want to turn left. Okay, it doesn't know what's going on. It thinks that lessor is 0 nautical miles away, so we'll ignore that and we'll manually route to it.
Approach checklist.
Briefing.
Confirmed.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Baro ref.
2994 set.
2994 set. Minimum. Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist complete.
Flaps 1.
Check the speed.
Oh, why are we not at 220 knots? That's specifically what I wanted when I engaged approach mode.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Okay, we're just going to fly this plane now. I've had enough of the autopilot. It's doing nothing at all right.
Flaps 2.
Check the speed.
JetBlue
Checked.
787 winds are 348 at 6 knots, clear to land runway 10.
Flaps 2.
Clear to
Check
land
the speed.
runway 10 JetBlue 787.
No, this is an unstable approach if ever I saw one. So we're going to go around.
Terrain. Too low. 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 Terrain.
So we're going to make a right turn to 4,000.
Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
JetBlue 787 going around.
JetBlue 787 execute the published missed approach for RN8 to runway 10, contact approach on 128.9 or 5 to request another approach.
Execute the published missed approach for a nave to runway 10 approach on 128.9 or 5 JetBlue 787.
Now we need to go to the on-bed hold, which is quite a long way away.
Approach JetBlue 787 climbing to 2,600 feet.
Well, that's not the published approach procedure. But okay, if that's what my co-pilot says we're doing, that's what we'll do.
JetBlue 787 good afternoon. Radar contact. Turn right heading to 76 vectors to the RNAV approach for runway 10 at Princess Juliana International.
Heading 276 vectors to the ANAV approach for runway 10 JetBlue 787.
AP1.
Check.
JetBlue 787 climb and maintain 2,600 feet.
Climb and maintain 2,600 feet JetBlue 787.
Look, I want to select hundreds. Why won't you let me select hundreds? Thank you. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right, I mean, yeah, it would have been fine if ATC had just given me vectors to the final like they were supposed to, I feel. And if the autopilot had flown the RNAV as it's supposed to.
JetBlue 787 turn right heading 276.
Heading 276 JetBlue 787.
Right, let's just go back down here and see if we can reset up the approach so that it'll allow us to follow it. RNAV 10, Aluba 1, via Gabble, wasn't it? Was it Gabble? So. See what that looks like.
JetBlue 787 turn right heading 302.
Heading 302 JetBlue 787.
Everyone take a deep breath. We'll try again. So really, we only want the last part of this approach from Avaki. And as we were before, we should be at 2,600 at Avaki, 1,700 at Lessor, and we've already established that the aircraft won't take us to either of these points. But we'll try again. So let's say we want to go to Avaki, which is probably where we're going to be vectored to. But yeah, again, it's come up with 0 nautical miles, so it seems to have just lost where we are for some reason.
JetBlue 787 turn left heading 276.
Heading 276 JetBlue 787.
JetBlue 787 turn right heading 005.
Heading 005
Yeah, these vectors are
JetBlue
bonkers, aren't they?
787.
Because it seems like she's trying to turn us onto an intercept heading, but we are quite a long way away. Oh, sorry, not quite a long way. We're too close. We're too close to the final approach course for this to work, I think.
JetBlue 787 cleared for RNAV to runway 10 fly heading 065 to intercept final.
Cleared for a NAV approach to runway 10 fly heading 065 JetBlue 787.
Okay, let's extend flaps 1 again.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Oops, did not retract the spoilers. Speed brakes, rather. And we'll keep the turn going because clearly we're overshooting already. Because this controller just can't do vectors.
JetBlue 787 QNH is 1014 at Princess Juliana International Contact Tower on 118.7. Good day.
So I'm just going to try and sort of manually vector us onto the approach course.
118.7 JetBlue 787. Tower JetBlue 787
And we'll descend
inbound
to
for a NAV
1700
approach runway
again.
10.
JetBlue 787
Flaps
good
2.
afternoon.
Speed checked.
Radar contact. Continue number 2
Flaps
for
2.
RNAV to runway 10 call when established on final.
Continue number
Why
2
speed brakes?
for
I was
NAV
using
to
them to slow
runway
us down and I
10 will
forgot
call when
to
established on
retract them
final
again.
JetBlue 787.
You're down.
Gear down.
Okay, and as we pass Lessor, which is the next waypoint, I'll fly it manually. We seem to have some live traffic over there.
Flaps 3.
Speed checked. Flaps 3.
Flaps full.
Speed checked.
Thank you, careful.
Flaps full.
Thanks.
Cabin crew, be seated for landing.
See, we should have some vertical guidance here, which we did last time. I don't know if it was accurate, but we had it at least. Sorry to keep you on the beach longer than you would have liked to have been, Captain.
Landing checklist.
Cabin crew.
Advised.
Auto thrust.
Speed.
Auto brake.
Low.
ECAM memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist complete.
Well, this is looking a little better, isn't it? Yeah, you got time for a quick pina colada, I think. If you could get me one while you're there and pass it to me through the airport fence, that would be much appreciated.
Minimum.
Continue.
JetBlue 787 winds are 348 at 6 knots, cleared to land runway 10.
Clear to land runway 10, JetBlue 787.
Yeah.
500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Spoilers. Reverse green.
JetBlue
Decel.
787 exit runway when able.
Well, welcome to St. Martin, everyone.
70 knots.
Very bumpy runway surface, isn't it? Did not notice that last time I flew here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of our flight. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign and the aircraft is parked safely. This will be your indication that it is safe
Smooth
to
landing,
surround the cabin,
spoilt
gather
by
your
the
belongings and disembark. We'd like
very
to thank
poor
you for
runway
flying with us
surface.
today. We appreciate your business and we hope to see you once again on a future flight. Thank you.
And we're going to park at gate A3, which is a gate that a recent real-world flight parked at. I've done it, Keffel. I've done this flight, the old St. Martin to Schiphol flight in a previous sim, and it is doable. Hello, Pablo. Yes, I'm down. I'm down. After a missed approach, we made it down safely. So we'll turn the landing lights off. We'll start the APU. So it's been about 4 hours 38. It's now 1949 Zulu. Our scheduled departure time was 15:59 Zulu, and I think we took off shortly after that, so about 3 hours. No, about 4 hours rather. About 4 hours. We were due to arrive at 19:48, so we're pretty much bang on time. Planes are parked a little too close to the taxiway for my liking. Yeah, it did sound like someone went go around. I wonder what this flight is over here that's just arrived. Should have turned the labels on. Anyway, what am I doing? Getting distracted by pretty things. Strobe off, APU starting. Turn the weather radar off. The predictive wind shear warning, and we'll do the after landing checklist.
After landing checklist.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Spoilers.
Disarmed.
APU.
I think you're right, Careful, actually, yeah.
Start.
Radar.
You're right.
Off.
Predictive wind shear system.
Off.
After landing checklist complete.
Still, there's no one about. These two lighting poles are a little close, but it's fine. I'm right on the centre line. Nobody panic. Woo! Breathe in. Oh, absolutely fine. Told you, nothing to worry about. We're parking at Alpha 3.
Taxi light off.
It's a shame that live aircraft's gone straight through the jetway. Right, let's just have a quick check about. Oh, we can bring it forward a tad more, can't we? That feels about right to me. Parking brakes set. APU's available, so APU bleed on. Thanks for the follow, Dragon's Coils. Welcome to the stream. Engines off. Seat belts off, beacon off, fuel pumps off.
Parking checklist.
APU bleed.
On.
Engines.
Off.
Seat belts.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Set.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking brake and chocks.
On and in.
Parking checklist complete.
Well, the main thing is our jetway worked nicely. So yes, once again, welcome to St Martin. Quite a long haul today. But what an approach. What a beautiful approach. Before we go, I'm going to turn traffic labels on just to see where this aircraft has come from. If it still shows. I don't know if they do still show once they're parked up. No, they no, it's just gone to no. It's just gone to its registration. We'll have a quick spin around the airport. And if I remember rightly, this airport has a fantastic terminal interior. So we'll have a little look at that and look back out at the aircraft. And we'll pretend like I'm on my way to meet Caffel to pick up my pina colada. There we are. Pretty nice, isn't it? Right, well, as always, thank you very, very much for joining me. It's been a long flight and I've enjoyed your company. Do please subscribe if you haven't already, and follow me on Twitch. That's a lot of fun too. And I'll see you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, or whatever time of the day it is where you are. Take care. Bye-bye.